This is a day in the life of a dog groomer at Grand Style Dog Grooming in Tampa, Florida. If you want to see what really goes on behind the scenes in a pet grooming salon, join our all-day, everyday live streams Monday through Saturday. All right, let's get busy. I'm starting my morning with Maya, the Yorkie, and we're going to be talking about bathing a fragile coated dog. We're doing a lot of talk about proper bathing and blow drying procedures in the pet grooming salon and our pet grooming salon with the products that we have and the way that we work. So Maya is a drop coat. A drop coat is a dog who typically has a part or hair that grows all the way down to the ground. And that is the goal that we're trying to achieve, is to get the coat all the way down to the ground without breaking coat. And being it's a fragile coat and a thinner coat, we'll talk about the brush we're going to use and the products. So let's get her straight into the tub. Say good morning, Miss Maya. For my drop coats, I use products that are designed for a drop coat, which in our salon, it is the Squalane Care from iGroom. We'll also be getting the Yves Saint Bernard PEK and trying that product out. I hear very good things about it. When putting a dog in the tub, we put the grooming harness on. This is Grooming Safer Dog Grooming Harness. When these dogs lean up on the edge of the tub, if they have a neck loop on, they will pull on their necks, so we don't want them doing that. The harness is easy to adjust. We have it so it fits dogs anywhere from 2 pounds to 115 pounds. With the grooming harness extenders added, it fits the bigger dogs. Same harness. If they pop up on the edge of the tub, we hook an anchor to the front of the harness on the D-rings. Her coat's been kept in light oil. The oil that she is using is So Posh. Always get the water warm before wetting down a dog. We like it about the same temperature as we would have a baby bottle when it's put on our wrist. We don't want it hot, we don't want it cold. Just a nice, comfortable temperature. When wetting the face, many times I'll turn the water down just a bit. You can hold the bridge of the nose without putting any pressure on the soft part of the nose up front. Sometimes when I turn the water down, it gets warmer, so I have to adjust it. For her, I'm going to come up the back of the head and move the water forward with it close to the head. Then I'm going to come up under the chin and move it up around the nostrils. Since she's in oil, I'm going to wash her twice. Probably should have put conditioner on first, didn't think about it. If you put conditioner on first, it will dissipate the oil, and then you can use your shampoo after you rinse the conditioner out and then condition again, but we'll do that next time. That's called a close, open, close treatment. And we typically do that with dogs with any kind of oily presentation on the coat, whether it's put on purpose or if the dog is just oily. When putting the shampoo on, I put it in the palm of my hand, rubbed it between my hands, then I put a hand on the back of the head and a hand underneath. And then with the thickness of the shampoo that I have on my hands, I start working it up. And you can get it on my thumb and work it up the sides of the face. Being careful to never get any shampoo in the eyes. Ever. And if they're wiggly and you accidentally do, you have to rinse it out immediately with very soft, not cold, but cooler water, and just flood the eye with the eye open. So I just keep pulling this beard downwards with the soap on it. With the drop coats, I tend to do more squeezing on of the shampoo, not scrubbing. And the reason why the conditioner on first and we put it on a dry coat, the reason why that works is oil and water don't mix. So when you put water on a dog first and then try to add a product, the water will kind of roll off the oil and it'll kind of seal it onto the hair. That's not, she thinks it's bait.
Do you think I'm baiting you? Do you?
She's a show dog, so she's used to getting bait. So it seals the hair shaft with the oil when you put the water on. If you put the conditioner on the coat dry, the conditioner actually will pull the oil off of the hair. You know this, don't you? So it actually removes it before you put your shampoo on. All right, let's rinse her off. All these bathing segments will be cut out of these live streams, and I'll be creating a video called Dog Bathing 101 or Professional Dog Bathing 101 for the Dog Grooming Salon, and that will be posted on the Grooming Safer channel. But I need to collect quite a few different coats and coat types. It's going to be a little bit extensive, more of a study type of video. No promises when that'll be released, but I'm going to be working on it over the next month. And those of you who watch my live streams will see it first on this channel as it happens. So as you can see, I'm coming up, rinsing her face from underneath, pushing the water up sideways, up over the bridge of the nose. This avoids the nose altogether, the nostrils. Now I'm going to come up behind the head. Should turn the water down. Come up behind the head and push it so that we're rinsing the head this way. Sometimes I like to come from the eyes backwards, but certain dogs do better coming from behind. So it all depends on the dog's personality. The idea is to make the bath as comfortable as possible. If you if you're not getting water in the nose, if you're not scaring them with the power of the water on the face, if you're using warm temperatures, then the dog's going to be comfortable. If the dog's not up on the edge of the tub, pulling on its neck, it's going to be comfortable. We'll also be talking about training techniques for the tub, because some dogs are very pushy in the tub. Some dogs are very grabby in the tub. Some dogs don't want their face washed at all. So we'll be talking about all those things as they happen as well. So I'm putting the conditioner on the same way I did the shampoo. Working it into the ends of the coat. I'm going to let it sit on just a couple minutes. Anchoring them down, this is the groomer's harness adjuster, and I just have it clipped in the tub. You can use like these suction cup grippers if you don't have a place to hook it in your tub. But that really helps to teach the dog where they're supposed to be in the tub and how they're supposed to behave. While she's soaking in conditioner, I'm going to brush her teeth. Come here, Boo. So you can see how I'm grabbing the head to brush the teeth from behind and underneath. Lift the lip. We're going to feed the toothbrush into the pocket of the cheek and brush these back teeth. Do the same on the other side. Most of my clients' dogs are getting used to this. We started adding toothbrushing in as part of the service a few months ago. I have a client here, got to go up front, and that's fine because she needs to soak in her conditioner. Just finish brushing these teeth. There we go. I'll just leave the harness on. When I leave the harness on, I hook it around onto itself. Oops. Unhook her from here and put her in a kennel on a towel to soak. In you go. Be right with you. My floors are squeaky clean, as you can hear by my shoes. All right, baby girl. Let's get you rinsed. When rinsing, you want to get every bit of product off the dog. Typically rinse at least twice as long as you think you should. Coming up under the chin. Be sure to rinse up under the arms really good, the belly, the inner thighs. These areas tend to get missed. Double check under the tail for cleanliness. Triple check under the tail for cleanliness. And while these dogs with thinner coats or very short hair or shave downs might seem easier to rinse, they are not. They actually sometimes hold residue more. Don't ask me why, but they do seem harder to rinse. So now we're coming from behind with the head cupped in my hand and easing the water down over the bridge of the nose from back here. It just rolls right down. Come back up under again, roll it up towards the bridge of the nose from the sides of the head. When the dog's all rinsed, you squeeze all over the dog. You're not only getting off excess water, but you're feeling for any residue from the conditioner, which feels a little slimy if it's left on. And if you feel anything soapy or slimy anywhere, rinse again. The ear wash dries up any moisture that might have gotten into the ears, loosens wax and debris. You fill up each ear canal by folding the ear over the head, holding the ear down, cupping around the ear, which gives you a claw over the head to hold the head still. Not all dogs appreciate this. We'll talk about those that don't as it arises. You let the dog shake its head, rub the base of the ears. And I typically do not wipe it out. I'll dab it a little bit with the ends of the towel, but I don't wipe it out. I let the dog shake it out. And the reason for that is I don't want to cause any micro abrasions in the ears whatsoever. And my clients' dogs typically have extremely healthy ears. So, you know, when you use, say, a Q-tip in your own ears, you're actually causing little micro abrasions in there. So less is more. and keeping that fragile skin healthy. Wrap the dog up in a towel and just let the towel soak off the water. I realized how important this information is last night when I was talking to a potential employee during an interview who's been working as a professional groomer for over a year and has managed a pet bathing facility and has been working as a bather for 3 years, and she was never properly trained how to bathe a dog. They cage dried everything, no blow drying, so when she got out into a mobile van, she had no clue how to blow dry the dog straight from the tub and was struggling. And being she was working alone in a mobile van, she had nobody to guide her on how to do that. And that's unfortunate. So these videos this video I'm going to create on proper bathing techniques, I think is going to be very important. In the dog grooming groups, we see a lot when people are asking for critiques on their work. The most common response is prep work, prep work, prep work. Well, some people might not understand what even prep work means. It means your bath and blow dry and your pre-bath clipper work, but mostly your bath and blow dry. So as we blow dry her, we're only going to use the stand dryer. And my primary brush for her is the Mason Pearson. And then I'm going to use the Madden Slicker right around the feet. But that's it. Just to fluff them up, not even really to brush them out. If I run into any tangles, like she's got one right here, and she's fussy when I go at this part of her neck, I know from last time. She's got a mat right here. Because she is a show dog and we don't want to break any hair, we're going to pick this apart with our fingers. And then pick with the brush. Don't want to get your slicker out when you're doing a fragile show coat. So most of it's going to be by picking. The Mason Pearson probably will not get that out. So I'll use my little Chris Christensen. This is a very firm pin brush, and I'm just going to pick it out with this because it's got the firm pins. So that's how we're going to do it. So let's get busy. Last night. She'll start on the 7th. So she's got to give 2 weeks notice where she's at. So I think you'll like her. She's only 21, but she's been working as a groomer and a bather for 3 years. But she wants a reception job. Yeah. With 3 years experience handling clients, grooming clients, and having some grooming lingo knowledge, and knowing how to bathe if we get in a bind. Yeah.
Come here.
So you'll notice on most drop coat dogs, I do the nails before I blow dry because I want the hair back out of the way. But on these thinner coated dogs, I go ahead and blow dry straight away because I don't want their hair getting all stringy looking. And if they're sitting there air drying, even without a dryer on them, while I do the nails, then the hair is going to end up really stringy. So it depends on the individual as to how I do it. Show you the size of the tangle I'm working out that she's fussing about. It's this little tiny thing right here. That's what she's fussing about. It's itty bitty, but I still don't want to cut it out because she needs every bit of hair down there. tie up her top knot. I've got another camera coming in hopefully today. May be able to give you some additional views when I'm doing this stuff on the table. Piece it together a little at a time. So I'm going to mist over her with some anti-static spray on the area that I'm working on. I don't put a bow on her because she doesn't need one. She's going through a change of coat, and they have a litter of puppies from different dog at home. And puppies tend to pull on the coat, and if there's bows, it's just something extra enticing. Plus, when we're growing coat, we don't use bows because we don't want to give them anything to scratch at or get agitated by. Well, everyday pet parents like them on grooming day. Most people who show or breed their dogs do not. That's only for show day. So I'm separating out the hair under the eyes, pulling it down, creating a part over the nose, and then I'm using some top knot gel to brush on here. This is going to help hold the hair in place. I don't like that line, so I'm going to fix it and bring this hair up into the top knot. Stay. I don't have my top knot pillow handy, and she really doesn't like top knot pillows yet anyway. She'll get used to it as she gets older, but we're just going to do it this way for now. And for the most comfortable maintenance top knot, especially on a puppy, I go from about halfway on this age puppy, halfway in the middle of each eye up, not the corner of the eye. Show day, they get the corner of the eye. Maintenance top knots, they do not. So we're going to go. This is much easier when they're laying down on a top knot pillow, trust me. So now I'm going to go halfway between the ear and the eye, this way. And from the middle of the eye up this way. And since she's not laying her head down, my lines aren't going to be real straight. You behave. Please. You want to comb through the hair. Get it as straightened out as possible. Put the band over the hair about a ½ inch out. And they're moving their head, you just follow the head so you're not pulling on them. She shook it out, so I gotta start again. And they're wiggly, it's hard. Alright, there we go. So we've got it about a ½ inch out off the skin. Check it with our comb between the skull and the band. Make sure the comb slides through easily just to be sure. And at this length, if they drop their head, that's going to go right in their eyes, going to bother them, and then they're going to scratch at it. So you take another section right in front of the ears, bring that up. Missed it. Get the static out. Run your brush through it. Make sure the part line is straight from behind. That's going to keep it better. Less pulling on the dog. The straighter the lines, the better, even when they're wiggly. They're not perfect at this stage, but they're better. Comb it straight. And add another band. This is going to hold the ponytail backwards and it won't flop in their eyes. I usually wrap it around 3 times. Make sure the bands aren't bunched. Double check with our comb. Then if you don't want it sticking up on top like this, you can take the end prong of your comb or your rat tail comb and just gently slide these bands backwards, and that'll hold that ponytail back. Mist over her with the anti-static spray. Brush the hair straight back. This because it sounds raky. You can actually hear the difference in the hair when you mist it, which is why you don't want to brush dry hair or comb dry hair. Even when they're freshly washed and conditioned, you notice I do it. Not only does it dissipate the static, but it hydrates the hair while you're doing it and gives it some slickness. Straighten out the part. Do you mind? Inspect everything I do, don't you? So that's the end of the bathing segment on her. You make sure you can run the comb through the dog from one end of the body to the other, just to make sure all the little tangles are out and the coat is as straight as possible, because the straighter it is, which is where the blow drying comes in handy, the less it will tangle quickly. Found one little snag here. Judging by the places where her little knots are, I would assume she's wearing a wrapping jacket to protect her coat from the puppies, and the puppies would do more damage. So if you use wrapping jackets, they're gonna knot right at the edges of the jacket, which would be right behind the head, up under the arms, on the chest a little. But dogs at this age, they knot daily anyway. It takes about 8 weeks to go through the change of coat, and during that time you're going to have tangles in the dog's hair every day. That's when most pet parents give up on the coat and get it cut shorter. But if you're determined to have a long coat and you make it through that period, you'll come out on the other side with an easier to maintain coat. Not easy, easier. Alright, now we'll just do the little bit of trimming she needs and she can go home. Her mom is here. Gonna tip the ears. Oh, if Judith is here. Judith was wanting ear tipping advice. So, this is too high, so if I can lower it. No, I can't. Alright. So for her, I'm using a 40 blade because I want them real tight. For most pets, I use a 15 or a 30. And we're doing the top quarter of her ears. It depends on the dog how far down I trim them. I hold the ear between my fingers and slide my finger up, going center up, center out, center out. Take the ear, come straight up, out, out. Now we're going to do the inside the same way. Support the ear. And I slide my finger up as I go, bracing the ear all the way up. You can take some 44 tooth thinning shears, blending shears, take the lower ear between your fingers, brace the top here, and very carefully blend the line from where you shaved in the long hair so it doesn't look so stark. You don't have to do this, but you can. And see how I just follow the wiggly puppy around? Instead of holding them in place, I'm holding to support the ear while I'm doing it, but they don't typically hold still. And that's what makes doing ears so risky. Because if you cut an ear, there's a vein that runs all the way around the edge of the ear and it will bleed profusely because of the type of vein it is. I'm going to use a 40 on the pads of her feet. Again, I go a little tighter on the show dogs than I do on the pet dogs. So normally it would be a 30. Most show dogs are trimmed from the time they're itty bitty babies, and their skin is conditioned to handle a 40. And many dogs that are shown, that are my clients, they come in 3, 4, 5 days before a show. So I want it as tight as possible to hold up till the weekend. Good girl. And she's well on her way to becoming a champion. She's got several champion points already. To edge the ear, I firmly support the ear, brace my finger here loosely behind the ear, rest my shear on my finger, and then follow up the ear with the shear rested on my finger. This gives me control as I follow up. Instead of the ear just flopping, you know, haphazardly. I get it right up close. And these framing hairs I'm not trimming because those are eventually going to grow all the way down. So we want those to grow as long as possible. So the temptation to blend those in or make them look neater, you have to resist. Next up is a Yorkie getting kind of a Chinese crested trim with a rounded face. And bangs. I keep as much hair around the feet as possible, especially as a puppy, because you really need that extra hair to give the illusion of more coat. Trim straight across the front. Kind of gives the puppies the draping effect. If you scissor too tightly around the feet, they're going to look like they have a lot less hair. And I keep big fat feet on all my drop coats. But I do check them, make sure that they don't appear to be towing in or out with that excess hair, especially in the rear. You don't want it to look like it's going like this. So I come in and slightly trim that. And right before a show, these dogs are flat ironed, which gets rid of all the stringy looking stuff and gives the coat shine. It also adds more length by bringing it down. But you don't want to do that in your maintenance grooming of dog, only on show day. Or show off day. So if you have a pet and you're really proud of the work you've done on your dog's coat and you've got people coming over for Thanksgiving or Christmas, you know, you might want to do it then to really show off your dog. But other than that, it's not necessary. Definitely not for maintenance purposes, which is what we're doing here. So I'm just making sure this coat looks good and it doesn't look like she's towing in or out. And then I come up right behind the pad, the big pad here. So when she's moving away from the judge, those feet, when they kick up, they'll be able to see the pads, which really makes it look like they've got a lot of drive when they're moving. But I don't do it in such a way that I lose any of the hair. Next, we're going to scissor under the tail. In typical Yorkie fashion, one shake and she looks ungroomed. Yorkies are so good at that. Can I get an amen from my Yorkie owners out there? Like poodles, you can groom, or Bichons, and they just stay like sculpted little fluffy works of art. a Yorkie 5 minutes, or as soon as you set them down, and that's it. They're right back to looking scruffy. So I always talk about not losing any hair. If you have any tangles in the coat, you're going to lose hair. When you're going through a change of coat, you're going to lose hair. It's inevitable, but the idea is to do as little damage as possible.
All right, there's Miss Maya, all pretty and ready to go home.
And you probably couldn't hear hardly a word I was saying because I had my microphone turned down from the dryer.
Oh well.
Just turn it up if you want to hear it.
watch the dogs in the back while I clean up.
So I take her nice and close. We're going to use a 7 blade against the lay of the coat in a Chinese crested dog pattern, except no neck hair. Chinese cresteds, we keep the neck hair. So in clipping dogs like this with hair and not fur, you can clip them all the way down with no real adverse effects. But what it does do is it encourages more guard hairs. So the guard hairs are harder than the silky hairs. When you encourage more guard hairs, the coat becomes a bit more wiry and will feel a bit more prickly when you pet them against the lay of the coat because you're changing the texture. So it's interesting. Dogs with fur, you encourage more undercoat and less guard hairs. Dogs, double-coated dogs say. And dogs with hair, which grows continually all the way down to the ground, the opposite happens and you encourage more guard hairs. Why that is, I have no clue, but it's a completely opposite effect. And that's why when you decide to let your dog grow back out, you've got more pronounced guard hair growing out, and the coat will feel coarse and dry as opposed to soft and silky like it was before it was clipped. And that will eventually come back to normal. I would say it takes about a year for those excess guard hairs to settle down and stop growing and get thinner and softer again. And I don't know all the whys and wherefores scientifically of why these things happen. I just know what I see and what I feel from doing well over 100,000, 150,000 grooms. Well over. So with that many grooms under my belt, I've seen a lot. And most of my clients' dogs I handle their entire life. So I see them go through different phases and different, sometimes people have them cut down, grow them back out, or whatever. You see what the coats do. You feel what the coats do. Does it hurt anything? Absolutely not. Not unless you're showing the dog. It hurts absolutely nothing. But you notice the feeling, like the more you do it, like with her, the more you cut her short, the coarser the coat will feel. Like Skylar the Yorkie. She gets him cut this short all over every month. And his coat's literally turning wiry. And her last dog did the same thing because we clipped him all over all his life. Super short. So we do her tail like a Chinese crested as well. It's kind of like a lion tail. I trim off 1/3 of the tail, of the actual tail itself, not the length of all the hair, but the tail itself. I trim 1/3. So she wants her face to have more of a baby doll round face. And the pet parent understands that most Yorkies with the shorter noses end up with that more baby doll face. We just did it the other day on Promise the Yorkie, where we tried to create more of that shorter nose and a round face. The first step in that is not hardly trimming anything around the eyes. So since she's getting bangs, Promise does as well, we normally with bangs like trim out the corner of the eyes, like clip it out. When we're trying to get a cutesy face on them, a little baby doll face, we don't trim as much here. So we're going to keep most of that and just scissor the corner. What that's going to do is give some buildup of hair, which is going to shorten the muzzle. So say if you're a groomer and you look at show pictures of Cairn Terriers or West Highland White Terriers, or even PBGVs, you'll notice a fan of hair around the eyes. It's like not clipped at all, a fan right in front of the nose. The whole purpose of the fan is to shorten the length of the muzzle in visuals and just give the face a really rounded, short muzzled effect. And most of the pet dogs, not the Cairn Terriers, but the Westies, I do trim the corners of the eyes pretty good. But show dogs, they keep a full fan right there for the same purpose. So we're incorporating that idea of shortening the face, plus a long bang coming over the eyes. So we'll still trim the bang, but we want it longer so that that too will shorten the length of the muzzle. And her darker hair on top of her muzzle is something we can't fix, but that actually draws your eye to her muzzle and makes it visually look longer. It's an optical illusion. So, and it looks like it's quite short. So if she's getting any trimming at home, because I usually don't trim this area at all, if she's getting that trimmed at home, it'll be impossible to get that shorter muzzle effect without that hair there. So no trimming from here to here at home if we're going to create that look. Part of it comes from underneath on the roundness of the face, but a lot of it's all through here. Bringing this forward, and you can see how just bringing this forward shortens that muzzle. All right, let's get her in the tub. A lot of that type of work in dog grooming is optical illusions that we're creating. And while it's growing out, this is going to stick up, but it'll only take about 3 months to get it to start laying back down again, hopefully. Another thing that's real important when we're blow drying a dog that we want to get that effect on, you blow dry the top of the head bone dry before you start doing anything else, because you want all that hair trained and blow dried forward. Grande shampoo. And on show day, say when you look at those pictures of the Champion Westies and Cairn Terriers, that hair has hairspray, chalk, and it's teased to stand upright on the head and give that full effect. You'll notice when you do pet grooming, and the coats are hand stripped with layers built up in them as well. So there's a whole lot of stuff that creates that look. And so, you know, you don't see that in your everyday pet dogs because the hair's not teased, hair sprayed, hand stripped, or chopped. So that's the thing. All my shampoos are empty. Stay. And most of the pictures that you see, say of the Yorkies with the really cutesy faces, the silkier the coat, the more it lays down. And the more cottony the coat, the more we can get that little round, poofy face. But Promise the other day, she has a silky coat. And we're able to get it pretty darn good. With techniques. So I hired somebody for the front desk last night. She'll be starting in 2 weeks. And it'll be great while I'm streaming because I won't be away from my table as much. Less downtime. And I'll also get off earlier every day because she'll be getting all my cleaning and closing duties done. So I can just get finished with my last dog and leave. Yay. That'll cut an hour and a half off the end of my day every day. Good girl. So these dogs with really short hair, it actually takes more effort to rinse them than you think. So you want to rub all over their body, even though you don't have much hair to squeeze out. Still make sure there's no residue. Shake, shake. Good girl. Up we go. Does anybody notice something different about my room today? You know me, I'm always changing things. That's a good girl. To do the ears, I'm using a 15 blade, holding the ear firmly between my fingers, taking the top third of the ear, going center up, center out, bracing the entire ear, running my finger up along it as I go. To go back over the body, I did a 7 against before the bath. I'm doing a 10 with the lay of the coat after the bath, except maybe the lower legs above the long hair. Hey, Kat, can you let my client know it'll be about 10 minutes? Up, up, up. Shh. Good girl. So one thing I've learned about trimming the muzzles on these silky coated dogs, if you go too short or you try to do the fusion type of face, the hair ends up sticking up. Kind of needs the weight to pull it down, so we want to be careful how far we go here. So I'm going to angle it to get it to match the length of the muzzle. So no hair drops past the end of the nose, which will shorten the face. Then bring the chin up a bit. Not too much. These longer faces need a bit more of that length. And this hair looks choppy if you round up into it, so we're going to come from underneath and round it up behind the ears. Edge out the ears. Lightly trim the corner of the eye. And it looks like she's had some hair trimmed real short right here too, all the way up into here. And that also gives the illusion of a much longer face. So we're going to comb this longer hair over the top. And we're probably not going to take the bangs any shorter than 1/3 of the muzzle. So we got 2/3 out, 1/3 of an overhang, if that makes sense. She's got so much gone though, it's kind of hard to even get a decent looking bang right now. Now I'm going to texturize up along here, rounding it into the top, not with texturizing shears, to help give it some build up towards the top. It's okay. This is how we get rid of that heaviness over the eyes. Instead of trimming it too much here, we're kind of rounding it. That's what's starting to give the top knot a little height. Blend the line behind the ear. Hey, Kat, can you put Charlie to soak for me? He's extra dirty today and he needs his crusty soak just in regular shampoo. So now we're going to comb all this up and out. We actually want this a little fuller to give her head a rounded appearance. And I'm just using the texturizing shears to do that. thin this a little bit. What I'm trying to do is build layers, so when it falls back down, it has some structure to fall into. Round up these corners. Now the Chinese crested fashion of the feet flare out. If you try to scissor tight around the feet, it ruins the look. So I part the longer hair to the side, round off the front of the foot. So she's not tripping over her hair. And then comb the hair back over. If it were a true Chinese crested, I wouldn't even hardly do that. So pull it all back. Round it off. Basically, I want a natural look, a flowy look. And just like the Yorkie before her, we can just lightly neaten these edges if we need to. Once the hair falls back down. It's part of the style. Good girl. It's amazing how many different styles there are just in trimming feet. Girl. Look at her face again. Scissor out the excess hair in her ears. Good girl. You go shake it out. Good girl. And when they shake their head, I look at it right where the hair lies and trim it from there. All right, I'm gonna go make her bow and check her out. And I'm realizing I did not turn on the air conditioner this morning. Starting to feel it. All right, make Miss Minnie a bow. I think Miss Minnie should get a Minnie Mouse bow. Perfect. I am going to go check her out while that sets up, and I'll be right back and put it on her. You can certainly have a bow and bangs at the same time. You do not have to have the full top knot to have your bow. There's Miss Minnie. Got her face as round as I could. You might want to give him a second to do his morning constitutional. Come on, bugger. Better before the bath than after. Yeah. So the Yorkies in the picture are Sam and Cricket. They passed away years ago. They passed away before they bought Bella, the Yorkie, who just passed away from old age. That's how long ago it was. So they would have passed away 15 years ago. But they still have a special place. They all have a special place. I haven't mentioned it before today, but Gidget hasn't been doing real well this weekend. Or this week. You know how it goes with seniors. She is 16 and a half years old. And life just seemed to hit her hard this week. She seemed to feel a little better today. Not sure if I'll be bringing her for her bath on Saturday or not. She needs it anyway, but my dogs have to stay here with me all day. And I'm not so sure I want her to do that, so. Might just wash her at home. It's getting to be that age.
No poopies today?
No, he got right to business.
Oh, okay. I was worried about him if he didn't.
No. The second I went back there, he already had some. I was like, I'm going to give you a minute to see if you got any more to eat a little bit, but he got straight to it. No time wasting.
I'm coming, Charlie. All right, where are we at in here? See, you guys are talking about service dog training. Absolutely, service dogs can be trained, and in my opinion, the pet parent is the best one to do it with the guidance of a dog training club or a trainer. Usually a club is best. The Dog Training Club of Tampa has therapy dog classes and stuff like that too. Trick dog classes, agility, fly ball. rally, obedience, puppy star, all different kinds of classes. And I think all service dogs should absolutely have a good foundation and basic obedience along with their tasks. Because if they don't have basic obedience, the tasks can be inhibited, because when you're out in public with them, if they're not focused and under control, how can they do their task? And I do a lot of service and emotional support dogs. And most of them are very well trained dogs. All right, Charlie's already had a bath. Let me make sure to split his price with Kat before I move on, so she gets her cut because she washed him. All right, and after Charlie, we'll have Lacey, Shammy, and Captain. forgetting to turn on the air.
Squeaky, squeaky shoes.
So in 2 weeks, or 3 weeks, I think it's 2 weeks, Maya, the Yorkie that we did this morning, will be entered in the Yorkie Club of America roving specialty show. So hopefully she'll do good there. She'll be competing against dogs with a lot more coat for the points. But nevertheless, because she's young, she doesn't have the coat yet. So she'll be competing against the adults. But she's such a pretty little girl. Fingers crossed she does it and wins. Even winning the puppy class would be really cool. All right, Charlie. Charlie's always been a wobbly little dog. Ever since I've known him. Little off balance. I adopted a Rottweiler her equilibrium was off. The whole time, I mean, from the time we got her on, and she never regained her equilibrium. And she was a lot smaller than a Rottweiler should be. And she looked at you sideways. And her name was Klutz. Klutz, Klutz. Because she'd look straight up at you with her head sideways and just fall over. I don't know what caused her equilibrium to be off before we got her, but it was just her. It wasn't something that was going to fix. Four more bandanas to make out of this material, and then it's gone. We'll be moving on to something else. I had a lot of Rottweilers. I had Klutz, Annie, Tugger, Astra, Harris, Max, Dixie. I think that's all of them. It was on them that I started learning how to train dogs of my own. Just my own dogs I've always trained, mostly. But you can't have an untrained Rottweiler, that's for sure.
Charlie, what's all the noise about, Charlie? Come here.
Looks like Charlie's been on dry eye medication. That's wonderful. Not sure about that, but that's what it looks like to me. His eyes look really good. Yay. Him's been needing that. Yes, he has. All right, off you go.
Say goodbye. He's a sweet boy, isn't he?
I'll let you guys watch the dogs while I get ready to clean up. Also thought about getting little googly eyes for it. Christmas time, put like a gnome hat on him.
All right, we're about ready to start Lacey. Lacey is 17 years old and very grouchy, but very sweet too. So when I go to pick Lacey up, she's going to growl at me quite a bit. That's normal for her. She does it with people at home too. All right, Lacey, are you ready? Hi, baby. Hi. Are you ready? No. Come here, Lacey. So when she gets to growling and barking, she gets her trachea aggravated. And then she starts coughing.
Hello, Lacey. How's it going? How's it going, Lacey? You know I love you. Yes, you do. You know I love that puppy. Yeah. I love that puppy. Hello. I love that puppy. It's all right. All right. Poor Lucy. So I've got shampoo in both hands. Come up behind the head, under the head, and then I can start working the shampoo up. When they're too snappy on the face, I put some shampoo on a toothbrush. And I can brush the shampoo in. Good girl. I know. Good girl. See. You're all right. Good girl. Good girl. There you go. All right, now we're going to brush your teethies. Should be easy because you show them all to me. Come here. Come on. Good girl. Yum, 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 yum. Doesn't it taste good? Yum, 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 yum. Yeah. There. Like a treat in the tub. Good girl. Good girl. There you go. That's it. That's it, Lacey. That's a good girl. That's a good girl. It's all right. Oh, no. Ow. You don't have to bite me. No, no. Almost done. Okay. We have a clean old doggy. Yeah. A clean old puppy dog. Gotta do your ears. I know. I know. I know. Silly girl. Good girl. Good. Oh, stop. Just stop it. Just stop it. There's nothing wrong with you. Oh, stop it. Look at that. Charlie didn't bark the whole time you were in the tub. I think you got him worried. You're all right. her have a break. 'Cause I think we're going to trim her hair today. I'm going to look at the other two. And whatever else I do on her, I'll do it after the other two are done. Take a nap. You need a nap, Lacey. You'll feel much better after a nap. Yes, you will. Yes, you'll feel better after a nappy. There. I know. It's a rough life being an old doggy. It's a rough life being an old doggy. Yes, it is. You're fine. Calm down. All right, next up is Chamois. I'm going to put her straight into the tub. All right, Chamois, it's your turn. Don't everybody come running at once. Come on. These 3 dogs live together. It's nice when they can stay in their family groups. Got pumpkin in your mustache? Is that what that is? Yeah, yeah, pretty much. A fusion style. She likes long ears and a long top knot and a medium short round face. She hasn't been coming here, obviously. Yeah. So like a 5 blade against the grain on the chin and then round it into like a fusion style and drop those shoulders and hips down because they're way off. I'm glad she came back. Booger, booger. Hi, Cindy Lou Who. How are you?
There's a text on the front phone from somebody with 4 dogs that says she wants to get them all in, but you may need to have a conversation on this, but I accidentally opened it, so I don't want you to miss it because it wasn't new anymore.
Okay. I don't think I have any spots that big till June. All right, let me see if I can find a photo of Cindy Lou Who for Cat. I thought that was Cindy Lou Who, but I think that's Luna Bell. Ugh. I thought I had an actual picture of that dog, but I don't. But I have one similar. So this is like how I was, that might be her. I think it is.
Okay.
So that's not quite as short as I was thinking on the chin, but it's pretty short.
Yeah, I think she mainly just wants all that stuff that's.
Yeah, so it's just
all
kind of
gnarly.
rounded up
Yeah. Okay.
with long ears. Her nickname is Cindy Lou Who on the YouTube channel.
I mean, on point.
Everybody knows her. They don't know her by her regular name. They know her by Cindy Lou Who. All right, back to work. Kat has the pleasure of grooming Cindy Lou Who today. Feels like I'm moving in slow motion today. It's too far down. Let's see if I can get that fixed. Hold on. That's good. Perfect. All right.
There's an old, like, from the old system written note that said 4 on the body. She was saying shorter than that.
Yeah, go with the 7.
Okay. So that picture looks pretty short, and I know Mimi gets the 7.
Yeah. It might have been during the winter or something that.
Yeah, I was old. Who knows what this is.
All right, what are we doing? We're drawing chamois. Where you at, Shammy? A little Grouchmeister. All right. To the tub. I think it is Lacey's turn for a haircut today. So while Captain's soaking, we'll get her started. Captain soaks and medicated. Good boy. So we're going to let him soak for 10 minutes. Come on, buddy boy. Let's go, let's go. In you go. All right. I didn't change the sign there. That should have said Captain the Maltese. Now we're going to chamois again. Chamois. Chamois. You stay there, Lacey. Oh, what are you talking about, you silly old lady? Lacey thinks it's time to go home for some reason. Silly old doggy.
Up, up, up. Good girl. Stay. Good. Be right back. Hi.
Hey, Suzanne.
How are you?
I'm a little early, sorry about that.
Hey, Bubba.
Oh, look who it is.
He's a good boy.
It's me, Suzanne. Okay, you go be the boy.
You tell Miss Suzanne that you're a naughty boy when you try to go to the vets.
Oh, I
Oh,
know.
just going round and round, trying to figure out about his heart because the vet thinks she heard a high murmur last week when we were there. So he was on gabapentin, trazodone, and you would have thought he was just overly hyper, no calmness at all. Tries to bite everybody.
Probably because at vets they like to do the hold,
Yeah.
and he doesn't like the hold. So he's got to have more freedom. But a lot of vets don't. They're like, that dog's not biting me, and those techs need to hold that dog so that dog doesn't bite me.
Right.
But a lot of times it seems to make them more,
More
especially
active,
with his
more
back.
Oh, I know. It's just, it's so.
Yeah,
Yeah.
And of course,
yeah.
I'm scared to death that something's wrong with him. So we're gonna try it again next week.
You want me to come with you?
That's what I'm thinking. So if you see anything strange, like with his tongue again, a color, let me know.
Yeah.
She wants to be able to take his pulse or something. He can't be sedated for that, And I said, well, I want to do X-rays again and blood work and all that good stuff.
Yeah.
We're talking about doing an ultrasound.
Yeah.
Or
Have they
have they
thought about Cushing's at all?
Not for Bogart.
Not for Bogart. No, she's never brought that up.
Yeah, with the pot belly and the
And I'm concerned about
anxiousness.
that. 'Cause
I would suspect, but I'm not a vet.
Usually I think with Cushing's, they get that, their fur gets really weird.
Some do.
Mm.
It depends on the coat type. So
doesn't
he's
do the
got
cream.
curly hair. If you
Right.
have a dog like with a double coat, you're really going to see it in the coat type.
Mm.
But with curly haired dogs, because their hair grows differently,
Oh,
you might not see it as much.
oh,
Ah.
And some dogs get thinner hair, but his hair's so thick
yeah.
that,
Yeah.
you know, heavy panting is a sign. The distended belly's a sign. Anxiousness.
He's got all that.
He's got
Yeah.
all that.
So if they did a sonogram, they'd be able to tell.
That's what.
That's for the
think.
heart.
Yeah.
Yeah, for the heart. Well, and the
Well,
rads
have
will
them
show
look at
fluid.
everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we had rads done in September, so I said, well, at least you'll have something to compare it with.
Yeah.
I
And he's
don't know.
been, Suzanne, he's been, usually he likes to sit next to Tara on his blanket, but lately he's been going on to like to the laminate or the tile floor.
Yeah.
We're thinking he's just constantly hot.
Yeah.
Can you do, like shave
Yeah, I
him
can take them shorter.
if you think it'll help? I don't know.
It
No,
might.
I think it's whatever's going on
The
with them too.
thyroid.
Yeah.
So
That, and they don't want to be up high anymore as they get older because it's harder to get up and down, even if you pick them up and down.
which I do.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh,
So, and they get a little nervous up there. So it could be he's just wanting to be
down.
where he
Down.
feels safe.
Oh, I didn't know.
Our
That is
dog
interesting.
is 16. She'll be 17 in December. And now, just this week, which I think we're getting towards the end with her, but now she's not coming out to greet me when I get home. And she wants to stay in her bed in the bedroom.
Is that the
And
cute little
The Yorkie.
Oh, she's so
I
adorable. I've
know.
never seen her. Oh my
She's really
gosh.
gotten,
Yeah.
this week, she's just,
So
I know.
sad.
but she's just staying in her bed in the bedroom. She doesn't want to come out at all. She just wants to stay there. So, yeah, they start to change.
Yeah, with the older dog we adopted, I just can't bring myself to put him down, but I know it probably is time. And,
It's hard.
you know, because he
you-
still likes to eat, but other
when
than
you
that,
know-
he goes in
Yeah.
circles and tilts to the left. They think he has brain.
You
tumor.
know when you know.
I
And
know.
you never want to do it before you know. But there's always that morning you wake up and you're like, okay, you know.
It's time.
Yeah.
They just, you know.
But you know that you know. And when that happens,
It's
you
just
know.
tough. And of course,
Yeah.
I'm worried about this little guy. You know, he's not even 13 yet. You can't go yet. No.
All
Hey,
right,
buddy.
You will be good for Miss Suzanne, okay? We'll be right back.
She'll be gentle.
Yes.
Miss
Well,
Suzanne will
it's
go
time
to
to
the
speak
vet
right
with you.
now, It's time to speak. We can have Miss Suzanne take you to the vet.
Come
Wait,
here.
your
You
paw's
go.
stuck in my shirt. There you go.
Come on, bad boy.
Yeah.
Yes.
See, you noticed it too. We brought it up to the vet yesterday. I
Yeah.
said, he's so white all of a sudden. I said,
Yeah.
oh, what is, so that's what she said, well, maybe he has fluid going on. But
Could
he
be.
doesn't have a cough and his lungs were clear, she said. So,
Yeah.
she
Well,
was able to do
I'm
that.
thinking he's got a collapsing trachea, right?
Yeah.
So the collapsing trachea, whenever they get excited, it collapses.
Yep.
And,
Yep.
and that starts, and that's when his tongue turns blue because they can't get
Can't get the
oxygen.
oxygen. Yeah.
So yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I'm seeing. So I don't really think it's
his
as
cough
hard.
has gotten worse.
It's good to know if it's hard or not, but I'm pretty confident it's
It's
trachea.
trachea. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and when he gets overly anxious, it gets really bad. Yeah.
Which is pretty.
And
good.
But it's
I think
always
the one day
risky
I'm
when they
like,
do that.
I know, it's scary.
And my own dog, the other dog, has a severe collapsing trachea. He can never have another dental. He can never be put under anesthesia again. You know, so his is really, really, really bad. So
It's so sad for him, the poor little guy.
I know.
Beautiful.
It's going to be about 2 hours today. Thank you. In you go. All right. I did not realize I still have my mic on. Sorry about that. I try to turn my mic off when I go up front. We were troubleshooting with the dog's health issues. All right. Let's get Captain back in the tub. Come on, Bubba. So after I'm finished with the 3 Maltese, I'll be working on Bogart. And as you just heard, with him double tranquilized, the vet can't even get a pulse on him. And you're going to see me work on him with no muzzle, no Elizabethan collar, no anything. And you're going to see him follow me back and forth on the table. With every move I make, he's going to be following wherever I go. But the vet's not allowed to do anything to him. He bit me once, years ago. And I almost refused to even groom him because of it. But we've learned to get along real good. He's a rescue dog. He's got a bad back. And as long as you stay away from things that are going to hurt his back, he does real good. But when he feels threatened by being held too tightly, like you're going to do something to him, he gets real defensive. That's why I said, let me take him to the vet. I'll hold him. Right, Bogey? Miss Suzanne, I'll take care of you. Hello? Is anybody in there? Is anybody home? Guess not. Come over here. Right there. Right there. Thank you. Curious if Greta is still on. If you are, can you raise your hand, please? I need to mention something to you. Guess not. I'll just message her later, I guess. I bought Ringside photos of our clients' dogs and my dog from Sunday. And I must have clicked on the wrong photo. And I accidentally ordered the Russian toy terrier, who was absolutely adorable. And I believe he's being shown in rare breeds in the AKC shows right now. So I'm not sure if they're still rare breed or not. But anyway, I ordered his Ringside photos, so I wanted to give them to her. So when Greta comes back, I wanted to mention it to her that if she knows the lady with the Black Russian toy terrier, because I don't know how to get a hold of her, to give her her picture that I bought for her without realizing it. Now I have to order another one of Hunter, because I ordered Hunter's and got the Russian toy terrier instead. So, anyway, I thought Greta might know her, because it's an unusual little dog. Since Greta's at all the dog shows. I forget what other kind of dog she said she had that she shows, besides the Russian toy terrier. The Russian toy terriers are the cutest things. Let me see if I can pull one up. These are the cutest, spunkiest little things. This is what they look like. Aren't they the cutest? They've got long little legs and long hair on their ears and kind of a poodly face with kind of a Chihuahua look and long thin legs. Let's see. This is one. Aren't they cute? Darling little dogs. Go away. I don't want you. So cute. They remind me kind of poodly personality, kind of, but very spunky. Very spunky. Attitude. Easy to care for coats. They need carding to keep a flat coat on the back. Kind of like papillon ears. But sparse hair on the legs, so they're real easy to care for. So they got feathering, but it's really, really sparse and thin. It's not like thick or long or anything. Much thinner than a Chihuahua's coat. Like you don't have that heaviness to it that a long-haired Chihuahua has, or the excessive feathers. But anyway, I paid for her photo. So And it's a really good photo too. It shows him moving really nicely, so she'll like that. It was so funny, the picture I bought of BB, the wind was blowing so hard, it was blowing her ears up and out, and sometimes it was blowing them straight up. So the picture I bought has her ears like going, wee. I'll show you. No, I can't show you. It's not going to let me. Never mind. Oh, okay. Let me share the picture and see if you know this lady, Greta. Let's see. Oops. Sorry. Let's get you guys on a different screen. I forgot I was doing this. Put you there. Okay, let's see. Photos. Oh, it doesn't show the whole lady. I was hoping it would. Okay. Bring this back up. All right, let's see if they're here. There it is. All right, Greta. I'm not sure if this dog is in rare breed, Greta. It is a Russian Toy Terrier. I accidentally bought this photo when I meant to buy another one, and I wanted to gift it to the dog's owner, and she shows in AKC a lot. Do you have any idea who this is? I'd imagine there's only a couple of them getting shown in AKC. Real nice lady. She shows some other breeds too. It's her own dog. If not, I'll try to figure out who she is, because I didn't buy a catalog. It's a nice photo though, and I think he was in the Best in Show ring there. Really nice photo. She said he just won a major, I think, down in South Florida. It's all right. Okay, thank you. Let me write that down. I figured you might know. All right. And let's see here. That's the one I was telling you about with BB, where her ears were flying up. So funny. All right, back to work. phone doesn't want to work now. Crap. I messed up my phone. Ugh. It doesn't want to come back. All right, disconnect it. Connect it again. Actually, I'll just restart it. Uno momento. I'll let you watch some dogs while we're doing it. Captain's sound asleep. So is Bogey. Which is awesome because Bogey, the black one, used to have separation anxiety really bad. There was no way he could stay here. Oh, that was Lacey that was sleeping. I thought it was Captain. He was sleeping too, though. All right, let's see if we've got our camera back. Yay! I did it, but now I have a customer. Cindy Lou Lou, where are you? All right, we're just going to tidy her up because we trimmed her brother. He looked like he needed it more than her. So what we do is we wash and blow dry these dogs every 2 weeks. And then each one gets a haircut on each visit. So the dogs go 6 weeks between haircuts and they get a bath every 2 weeks. So we rotate who gets a haircut based on who looks the shaggiest. I could probably organize it a little better than that and keep track, but I just look at them and say, okay, your hair looks the longest. So that's who I do. We took 2 of those same beds home for our dogs that we use for the clients' dogs. They've got orthopedic mattresses, and the dogs love this brand of bed. My husband's surprised how much Ammo likes his. He gets up there and just lays flat out on his side and snoozes. They sleep differently in them. They just flatten out. Like totally comfortable. All right, you're done. Be right with you. You're fine. Get your tongue in. You're absolutely fine. Good. I know it's terrible. Absolutely terrible. Miss Suzanne's so mean to you. She's so mean to the puppies. Yeah, Miss Suzanne's so mean to the puppies. You're all right. Stay right there. Good girl. You're just fine. You're just fine. Oh, I know it's a rough life being an old doggy, isn't it? Is it a rough life being an old doggy? Hmm? Yeah. I know, it's just terrible. Mean old groomer ladies giving old doggies baths. Like, how could they do such a thing, huh? How could they do such a thing to give the old doggies baths? It's just terrible, huh? Yes, it's just terrible what they do to you. Yes, I know, get you all wet, make you all shivery. Oh, it's just terrible. It's just terrible, huh? Yeah, I know. I know. Tell me all about it. Yeah. Tell me all about it, Lacey. It's terrible. Yeah. I know. Had to give the old doggy a bath. Oh, it's just terrible. I know. It's okay. He's a good old doggy. Yes, he's a good old doggy. She says, I don't mean to bite you, Miss Suzanne. No, I don't mean to bite you. Oh, see, I just don't like to be wet. No, it doesn't. Her doesn't like to be wet. No. Okay. It's all better now. Yeah. It's all better. Her loves Miss Suzanne again. Till next time. And then we'll go through it all again. Right? We'll go through it all again. Every single time. Then she's gonna bite Miss Suzanne. Yeah. She's gonna bite Miss Suzanne every time she gets a bath. Mm-hmm. It's a goofy old dog. He's a goofy, goofy old dog. All right, let's go put you back with your family. Come on. Oh, I know. I know. He's terrible. Can't kiss? Mm. All right, let's go put her back. All right, let's see. I saw some funky stuff on your face. Yes, I did. We're going to have to fix your ear. Because your ear doesn't look right. Come here, let me see. You go there. Come here. What, do you want more attention, Lacey? Oh, good girl. Good girl, Lacey. Yeah. Good girl, Lacey. Do you love Miss Suzanne now? Hmm? Does you love you, Miss Suzanne? Good girl. Good girl, Lacey. Good girl, Lacey. Yeah. Go text your mommy now. This is Bogart. We're going to take him extra short today. So I'm going to use a 7 blade on the trunk of the body. Good boy. That's a good boy. Stay right there. To the tub. Yeah. To the tub. You wanna go take a bath? Hmm? You wanna go take a bath, Bogart? Yeah. He wants to go take a bath. Let's go. Because he's a senior dog, I'm going to plug his ears and wrap his head for the high velocity dryer. And I apologize for not taking the mic back with me to the tub. I forgot.
so proud of you. So proud of my boy. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Bogart. Those sweet kisses. Yeah, those sweet kisses.
Hi. Hey, baby girl.
What's your favorite girl?
I see your tail wiggling.
Can we take some lace off her ears?
Sure.
After she's like, you don't trust me.
Play in a couple of hours. Thank you. Back up. I see you. Stay. No, you can't come with me. You have to stay there. Sorry. All right, Bogart. You're almost finished. Oh, up we go. So Bogart actually is a biter. If he feels threatened. He's got a really bad back. So when you handle him, you have to work around his back problem. And I think he just goes into defensive mode when he's at the vet's. He's been coming to me, I think, since 2019, 2020, something like that. But he will nail you. Of course, he doesn't have many teeth left, so there's not much to nail you with anymore. But he will. So you can't lift his tail. If you move his tail, you have to move it side to side. Very, very, very lightly. If you take a hold of his tail in any sort of way, it hurts his back. And then you can't hang on to his back legs at all, because I think that hurts his lower back, the way he acts about it. And he gives you really distinct warnings when he's going into that mode. He'll do like a snake type of licking with his lips and his tongue. And he did it a little bit while I was doing his nails and stuff. And I was watching it. But he gives you very clear precursors to him getting too agitated. But when you're at the vet's, they put them in that headlock and they hold them. And I think that's what sets him off. Because when he goes into that mode, he kind of stays there.
I've seen him do it before. Yes, I have.
Good boy, Bogart. I have one client dog who's a pretty bad biter right now. And I've been right on the verge of not wanting to do him because he will nail me. And I've actually bought him a muzzle. And you guys know I don't muzzle. But I've bought him a muzzle because I can't even use the Elizabethan collar on him. I've had him doubled up with the big ones, and he pushes his head right through and goes for you. And I booked him once more to make my final decision on him, because I don't have to do all that. I don't want to do all that anymore. And one good bite could really hurt me. You know, as far as, you know, you get a good bite on your hand, it can do a lot of damage. So, he's coming in like the second week of May. I had asked this client to get him done monthly while I'm building a relationship with him. They have not done so. They're going 10 weeks in between grooms. How am I supposed to build a relationship with a dog going 10 weeks between grooms? They know he's really bad. They've had to have him put under anesthesia to have him groomed. I took him on as a biter with some stipulations, and they're not being followed. And it's annoying me. You know, like Bogart I do every month. He's never matted. And, you know, I can build a relationship with him. But this dog, we get through it, but it's hard and it's dangerous for me and the dog. So, and with employees, I don't want employees taking in or taking out a biting dog. And I don't want a biting dog in my waiting room. What if a child comes in and he lunges for them? And he's a very large Shih Tzu. He's about a 25, 30-pound Shih Tzu. And he's got an attitude. So I think just based on the 10 weeks in between grooms part, you know, alone, I was this close to telling him no the other day. All right. Let me go text his mom. Make him a bandana. What's going on with that ear? Is it this one? Yeah. I've done a few 30-pound Shih Tzus in my career. You're fine. Come here, silly. Come on. I got you. Wait. One cool thing about the girl that I hired, she does not mind the fact that I live stream. So she's coming in knowing that we live stream all day and that her voice may be caught up in the streams. Probably will be. But she's cool with it. Isn't that awesome? She actually likes the fact that the pet parents get to watch. There's your mommy. She came to save you. Now you gotta leave me. You gotta leave me. You don't want to leave me, do you? You want to stay with me? Or you want to go with mommy? I think he wants to stay with me. All right. So that was the first time Bogey's dad has seen him on camera. He was blown away how good Bogey is because he saw him at the vet. They're like, all right, that's it. You have to go to the vet with him. All right, before I clean my table, we're going to put Judah to soak in his shampoo. When Judah came in, the pet parent said his skin was completely cleared up and he had no more issues. First place I touched, I showed her, and I'm like, nope, not yet. She had no idea this spot was there. I'll show you what I mean. All right, Judah. Come on. Oh man, it's still really bad under his tail too. She said it was all gone under his tail as well, and it's not. So I don't know if you can see this. See that? And then under his tail, you probably can't see it, but this whole area is a huge scab, and it's probably going to wash off and be raw after the bath. The shampoo I need. She said she checks his skin every day and it was completely clear. So he gets groomed every 6 weeks, and he only gets a medicated shampoo every 6 weeks, which is basically a waste of your money. It does nothing doing it every 6 weeks. I mean, it'll kind of help for today, but it's not going to achieve any goals. So even as I'm just washing this, the entire scab just came off in my hand. So like I said, it's going to be raw under his tail because his hair fell out and the scab fell off. Right here. Now it's bald. It's just falling right off. But at least the shampoo's getting to the spot. So the pet parent's not in a position where she can do twice-a-week baths with this dog, which is what he would need for the medicated shampoo to be of any assistance at all. And the vet did prescribe a topical product. She said it was a wipe, which they do make wipes, but they also make like a mousse and a spray with the same type of product. So she might want to talk to the vet about asking if she can get the mousse, because that would be a lot more of an effective application since both areas are balded. It's easy to get it on there, and you could just saturate each area. But you have to be very thorough in knowing where stuff is at on your dog, and since she didn't know it was there at all and thought he was completely healed, then, you know, it's like you have to know where to treat before you can treat. So he's had this spot on his leg for about 5 months now, and the spot under his tail for 3 months. 6 weeks. So see what I mean about it being red now? Look at that. I don't like the way that looks at all. He's been under veterinary treatment, but I'm really concerned about what that is and whether it's contagious or not. So he will be disinfected behind even more than normal, because I don't like the way that presents and the way the hair just fell right out. So and it's really frustrating from a groomer's point of view, because there's nothing we can do as far as, you know, getting that resolved or even knowing for sure what it is. One time I was grooming this standard poodle. He came to me from another groomer, and he came to me with a skin problem. And I didn't like the way it looked. And I said, has he been tested for ringworm? And she's like, oh yes, the vet's done everything. It's not ringworm. I said, are you sure? Oh yes, we're sure. A year later, guess what? He was diagnosed with ringworm. It's been ringworm all this time. Contagious to people, contagious to dogs, contagious to cats, horses. Thank goodness I disinfect. But I won't take a dog with ringworm. If I know it has ringworm, it cannot come into my salon. That's why I check. So, you know, and being under a vet's care constantly, you know how frustrating that is from a groomer's point of view? When we're trying to clear a dog, we're trying to make sure, and yet we can't have any confidence, even though the vet says so. It's very frustrating. My disinfectant for my tub is very effective against a broad spectrum of bacteria and fungus. It's also really frustrating because that dog could come in without that big red patch on his bottom, and he could have that big red patch on his bottom when he goes home, and they can take it to the vet, and 9 times out of 10, you know what that vet will say happened? That we clipper burned the dog. It's like, excuse me, no, we did not. And then, if it does turn out to be something contagious, then they'll say the vet or the groomer did it. The groomer must not keep their tools clean, is what the vet will tell the client. 9 times out of 10. They must have caught it there. It's like, excuse me, I don't think so. And then after that standard poodle, about 2 years later, one of my regular clients started presenting with something that looked similar to that. And I didn't trust what the vet was saying because I rarely do. Nothing against vets. I just like to be sure. So I told them they could not bring their dog back until the hair was growing back in its bald spots. Great client, came once a month for years, never came back because I was cautious. And that's another problem. So many times when I'm trying to do the right thing, I lose the client. It's like, why can't you understand that I need the hair growing back in those bald spots? And they kept saying, well, the vet says it's nothing to worry about, when it's got 5 little circular bald spots that it never had in its life. Wouldn't you want your groomer or your hairstylist to err on the side of caution? But no, that's not how it's viewed. It's viewed as, you're saying I'm a bad pet owner, you're saying you don't trust my veterinarian, and I'm never coming back. That's what they say. It's like, okay, sorry. One time, I used to be next door to a different vet years ago, and they wanted me to shave down one of their customers' dogs who was covered in ringworm, and they wanted to get all the hair off of it so that it could be treated. Understandable. They wanted me to do it in my grooming shop. I refused, and they got mad at me. And do you know what they did? Because they got mad at me? They bought out my closest competitor, moved her business inside the animal hospital right next door to me. And then he started putting down my grooming. I was so mad. I was so mad. And when I moved to that location, I bought the salon in 1995. And the salon was right next door to a vet. And all my clients followed me from my previous location to the new location, and I referred all my clients to that vet. And then, like 2 years later is when he bought out my competitor, moved her inside his facility, and started bad-mouthing me. I'm like, dude. And he was only bad-mouthing me to get the clients to move over to them. There was no reason to badmouth me. There was nothing I did. Except not shave down that dog with ringworm. He did not like that. And I'm like, it's because, okay, so if you have ringworm on a dog and there's one hair, right? One hair that floats off that dog, and it floats up here like so. Like this. And then later, it floats back down and lands on a dog. That's enough to give that dog ringworm. Yeah, that wasn't on Gun Highway. That was on Linebaugh. That was 30 years ago. So the ringworm can live on that hair for 6 months. 6 months. So this hair that falls down on a dog, 6 months later, can transfer it. Which is why I'm careful. You have to be. So when I dry Judah, this is coming off my table. And he'll be done on the solid tabletop. That's easier to disinfect. Yeah, that vet thought I was being ridiculous. And that's what he told me. I was being ridiculous. Come on, Judah. But that's not what I think this is. I just don't like the way it's presenting and sticking with the dog. Good boy. So the whole purpose of letting the tub sit for a full 10 minutes after you disinfect it is so that the disinfectant will be effective. If you do not do that, you might as well not even disinfect the tub or whatever you disinfect. It has to be for the right amount of time. So to be thorough, I'm putting anything that I touched or was over here in here. And I'm going to hose over that with the disinfectant as well. I can't come to the phone right now. Doo-dah. Doo-dah. You'll have to leave a message. All the doo-dah day. It's going to be nice when we get the receptionist in here. Then we don't have to worry about the phone. We don't have to worry when the doorbell rings. We just do our job. Oh, that'll be so good. I've been working extra hard to have enough clients built up to be able to afford the receptionist. That's why I'm working the extra hours I am. Because it doesn't come out of thin air. And you have to build up enough clients consistently to cover the cost. So I do a dog an hour. Cat does a dog every hour and a half. And, you know, if you pay a receptionist, that comes out of those 2 dogs per hour. But I don't want to raise my prices. So that means that I have to work the extra hours. And that's where no-shows will really hurt us, because the 1 to 2 no-shows a day will be the entire pay for that employee. That's totally not cool. So if you ever no-show with your groomer, at least apologize. Don't just diss them and act like it's no big deal, because it is. It hurts us. And we remember. All right. Sorry, I didn't know my mic died. I've been back there talking up a storm. Guess I was just talking to myself. There it goes. Yay. We're in business. So for this dog, you noticed I used the slicker on most of his body. It's because he's always in a perpetual state of blowing coat. And so the pin brush doesn't really do it for him. Does it, Judah? Because it's quite packed in. Good boy. Good boy. So I showed you guys that spot before I started shampooing him. And I said, I feel one under his tail, but you can't see it. And then as soon as I started washing, the whole thing fell off in my hand. And this was exposed. Like that. And you could not see it at all before I started washing him. You could feel it, but you couldn't see it. And that's what happens so many times in pet grooming. And I show you guys over and over and over again different situations where the pet parent has no idea something's there. She came in telling me the dog's skin was completely clear and that she had checked him all over. So that just shows you how many times groomers experience this sort of thing. And can you imagine going into one of your pet parent Facebook groups and seeing a photo saying, I took my dog to the groomer today. He was completely fine when I took him in, and he came home with this. And you see those pictures. And then you read the comments underneath, and they say things like, you know, blast this groomer on social media. They say things like, you know, unalive them. They say things like, you know what I'm saying. And it just shows you that many times the groomer is not at fault at all. And that's one of the nice things about these real-time live streams, because you can see the whole thing start to finish, right? And understand. And maybe hold your peace in those Facebook groups because you don't know. And one of the worst things in some of those groups is if you post something like that, especially like in a local neighborhood one, and you post something like that, people will ask for the business name and then they'll all go give them 1-star reviews. And you can destroy a business overnight over something that is not their fault. And that's not fair. And Judah's owner has already gone and got him medicine next door, refilled it, and she's been with me a long time. This is my second dog with her, and so I don't have that problem, but it can be, you know, especially if the client doesn't know us or hasn't been a client long and you show them something like that, they're going to be so mad, right? So mad. And you understand, you know, how they could feel that way. But nevertheless, and a groomer can say all day long, it was there, I swear it was there. And who's going to believe her? All right, Judah. All right. Go check him out, and we'll get started on the next one. I'm sorry?
I assumed that was your personal.
Yeah, I'd already talked to her. All right, he's all ready.
Thanks, Suzanne. They gave me a script
Good.
to help him out with that,
So the spot under his tail,
okay.
it was scabbed
Okay.
underneath there, and as soon as I put on the medicated shampoo, the whole thing fell off.
Oh,
So all the hair fell out
okay,
and the scab came off.
okay,
So it looks really raw, but
okay. But
there's
it came
nothing.
off,
It
just
came
like
off.
came off.
Yeah.
It's crazy because I pat him off. It's hard for me to see. Do you know what I
Yeah.
mean? Because everybody always comments how beautiful he is.
Exactly.
But it's hard for me to really see what he has under there. You know?
I know. You got to really like get
But
down in
was
there
it
and
in a
feel.
lot of spots? It was
Just that leg and underneath, the same
the
two spots. Yeah.
So I don't know if I should just do those wipes. Or you think an antibiotic at this point won't hurt?
I don't know.
Yeah, I understand.
The vet could tell you better than I
Well, she
could.
said that if it's only the one spot, but she said if it's all over, then the antibiotic's good.
Yeah.
Okay. It won't hurt him, I guess, the one time. So, I mean, she saw him like 3 times already for this.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Okay. All right. But besides it falling off there, where it was on the other place, is it still there? Or did that fall off? Or is it just basically there?
The leg and under the tail.
So, but under the tail it fell off, right?
Mhm.
But on the leg, is it still
I
kind of scabby?
I got all the scabby stuff off.
Okay, so is it raw there too, or just?
No.
Okay, so just under the tail. Okay.
Hmm.
all
Well,
right.
you want to do both areas
Oh,
because
sure.
the other area
Well,
needs
I'm
to
not
get
gonna-
cleared up.
If I do the antibiotic, she said just do the antibiotic. I don't have to do the wipe and the gel
Huh.
on the areas. I don't know.
Maybe I'll run over there and tell her it's in the 2 areas. I don't know, I can only do, I'm not a veterinarian.
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm surprised that she doesn't want to treat it topically and internally at the same time. You would think, even though you're doing
yeah.
the internal, that you would still want to hit
Yeah,
the
just
outside
to protect it, right?
or to cure it.
Yeah.
It's been going on. The one on the leg's been 6 months, 5-6 months now.
Well, because we tried the shampoo. That's
Yeah,
right.
it hasn't healed.
Okay.
So,
Can you add, do I add it here?
uh-huh.
I think it would help if I get my glasses on. I'm sorry. And then, Suzanne, did you double check that yours?
I didn't use it.
Okay, great. Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
So I took all the brushes that I used and the pad that was on the table, and I put it in our extra tub and put the foaming disinfectant over it. And we're letting those soak in the foaming disinfectant. This table I'm going to use bleach on. So I don't use bleach on the brushes and stuff because it's corrosive and it will rust the pins, or at least break them down. While I'm doing this, bleaches my hands. And let this air dry. I'm going to pull up all this bedding, put it straight into the washing machine, add some bleach to that. Now this kennel will be wiped down with bleach. You can't wipe down the stainless steel ones with bleach, but you can the plexiglass ones. So while we can't prevent all problems from walking in the door, we can disinfect behind them properly. But if we find broken skin on the way in, we refuse it. Absolutely. And sometimes when you wonder what's taking so long getting your dog groomed, sometimes we have to stop and do a little extra after a dog, whether it's fleas or skin or whatever. And that's for your dog and all the other dogs' safety. So be patient with your groomer. If we're taking too long, please. Because sometimes we're taking too long, or all the time, for the good of the animals in our care. Whether it's working with a nervous old dog or a puppy who it takes a half an hour to trim around its eyes, or extra disinfection, and we disinfect behind all the dogs, but the level of disinfection changes and becomes immediate when things we could put off till the end of the day. Sometimes we need it to be immediate so that we know exactly where that dog was and what we need to do. And sometimes my methods are overkill, but that's okay. I don't mind. Now the shop smells all fresh and clean of bleach. I am using the bleach at 16:1. If 10:1's better, I can do that. All right. right, let's get the next dog into the tub. All right, Miss Molly, let's go. All right, harness for you. The other day we had a dog come in, and halfway through the groom, she started squinting her eye really bad. And we're like, uh-oh, that's not good. And I tilted the head up and looked at it under the light real good. It was obviously an ulcer on the eye. And that's another thing that groomers get blamed for a lot, is causing ulcers. The vets will sometimes say we blew the dog in the face with the high velocity dryer or got shampoo in the eyes. So we're all nervous and on pins and needles all afternoon because the dog spent the whole day here from 8 o'clock in the morning till 3 o'clock in the afternoon, 3:30. So, you know, we were nervous about it because we already know that a lot of times vets will say it's our fault. And, you know, what do you do, right? So when he came to pick up the dog, I said, I noticed her eye is bothering her. And he said, oh yeah, she's got a bad ulcer on her eye. We've been treating it 3 times a day. They didn't tell us because we would not have accepted her. And that's something most vets can't see without staining the eye. So, you know, I'm good at identifying it. You know, using fluorescent light and just having them tilt their head and move the head back and forth, and you can see the divot in the middle of the eye. But we weren't told. I would have refused service because I don't like to wash a dog with an ulcer in the eye because it can do more harm than good. And I tell my clients don't wash them at home with it either. Wait till it's healed, then wash the dog. But anyway, he said it was being treated 3 times a day and so on. But can you imagine the stress that puts both groomers here under? Because Kat did the dog, one of my regular clients, and, you know, she's squinting her eye. Not only that, it can cost us anywhere from $500 to thousands of dollars if it's said that we caused it, right? So that's another worry that we're worried about all day, getting blamed for it, having to pay for it. Like, oh my gosh. Just some of the stresses groomers go through. I've had regular clients tell me, oh yeah, my dog's had a bad heart for years now. Never told me. Never told me. Like, oh, okay, thanks. You know, we should know these things. And when a dog gets an ulcer in its eye and it hasn't been to the groomer, not a word is said about, you know. But if the dog's obviously been groomed recently, immediately it's the groomer's fault. Immediately. I'm not lying. If any groomers are out there watching, I bet you've had it happen to you. Good girl. It's a good girl. That's something I didn't disinfect is my harness in the other room. I'm going to soak that too because that was around him. So let me fix up a formula for that. I've got extras. On one hand, I don't think it's anything that serious, but on the other hand, it's been there for 6 months and hasn't healed. You know what I'm saying? And he never had a skin problem in his life, and he doesn't have allergies. I've done him all his life, never a problem, until 6 months ago. So Judah's pet parent said he wasn't presenting at all at home, and it was actually kind of down under in the scrotum area, not around the rectum where he had the spot. But she had no idea it was still there. Got yourself all worked up, didn't you? Between all that barking and then being naughty on your nails. Get yourself all in a tizzy. And I was surprised that the vet prescribed medication for him without having looked at him, and said if they prescribed antibiotic, they don't need to treat it topically. Like, okay, I'm not a vet, I don't know. And then they're just prescribing wipes, which I wouldn't wipe something that raw personally, but that's just me. But she said the vet's seen him 3 times since his last grooming appointment, which was 6 weeks ago. So the vet knows what's going on. So I guess they've got it under control. Ain't none of my business. But I'm not going to take him again until it's healed. That's my decision. It needs to be not crusty and have hair growing back with no rawness. And when he walks in, it can't be crusty because the crust might fall off in my hand again. Period. And you really have to be careful hitting stuff like that over and over again with antibiotics, because there are antibiotic resistant bacteria that do present on the skin. And if your first answer all the time is antibiotics with nothing topical, it can turn into, it could not start as an antibiotic resistant bacteria, but it can turn into one. And you know, when I see something going on and on and on and on and on, and it's getting hit with antibiotics again, then I start to worry about antibiotic resistant bacteria. With dogs, it's not MRSA, but it's something similar that you really have to pay attention to. I forget what it's called, but it's got a name. Annie, the Shih Tzu, their previous dog, Nina, was going through something like that. And she had skin lesions, and she was continually being given antibiotics for her skin lesions. And it went on for months. And I told Nina's owner, I was like, you know, I'm really concerned because it keeps getting hit with antibiotics. And I'm not going against the vets. I'm just throwing my 2 cents in, you know, for second opinions and stuff. But, like, it was going on and on. I'm like, it keeps getting hit with antibiotics, but it's not going anywhere. And now I'm concerned it's antibiotic resistant. So they did the testing. Sure enough, she had antibiotic resistant bacteria. Same in the ears, I've seen that. So, you know, that's always a concern. And it's a concern, it becomes my business when it's coming into my business. You know what I'm saying? That's when it becomes my business. And that's why sometimes I'll stop taking a dog if it has an ongoing problem that's not getting fixed. And it's not the pet parent's fault. And sometimes it's not the vet's fault. It's not getting fixed. And we don't want it around the healthy skin, right? We want to keep the healthy skin healthy. You know what I'm saying? It's like you would never dream, and we're just throwing ringworm out there. I don't think that's ringworm. We're just using that one as an example today. You wouldn't go to a hairdresser with ringworm, to a beauty salon, at all, right? And they wouldn't take you if they even suspected. Same thing in a grooming salon. I'm coming. Good girl, you're fine. I know, I love you too. See? Suzanne didn't hurt you. She just did your nails, you goofy girl. You're a goofy girl. That's one of the reasons why I'm a strong proponent for licensing for groomers. Because the same reason why hairdressers were licensed is because there are actually nail salons, is because there's health factors that go along with, you know, handling the skin and the nails and the hair and transferring diseases and other issues. You've seen some of the nasty stuff that can breed in the foot baths at where you get pedicures, and why they started licensing them. You know, there's a lot of zoonotic stuff that happens with dogs that can transfer to people, and then it gets transferred home. You know, I think it's an important health concern that groomers be properly trained and be expected to disinfect and be expected to, you know, handle these things properly and be trained to handle them properly. Here locally we have, and I'm sure nationwide, you know, these chains that have the discounted dog bathing, where you pay $45 a month for unlimited bathing for your dog, regardless of the size of the dog. And the help is not trained properly. And, you know, the disinfection protocols, from what I've heard from inside sources, are not up to par. You know, at all. Like, at all. So you don't have a trained eye, you don't have skilled labor, and you don't have disinfection processes. That's a recipe for disaster. Owned by non-groomers, managed by non-groomers. And grooming is a skilled trade in many ways. And in case you can't tell, I get kind of passionate about it. Yes, I do. I get a little over the top, especially if you get me started on a subject. I won't shut up. No, I won't shut up. I just keep going on and on and on and on about it. Yes, I do. And I just won't stop. And I just say so much, and it's just like, ugh. Probably drive all those people out there crazy. Yeah. Do I drive all those people out there crazy? Yeah. Do I drive you crazy? I drive me crazy. Yes, I do. I drive myself crazy. I drive myself crazy. I do. All right, stand over here. Good girl. Up, up, up. So sometimes I forget and accidentally leave my mic on when I go up front, but I do have 4 signs in the waiting room. One on the way in, one in both doors coming into the back, and one on this shelf where you check your dog out, right where you make payment, that says that I am live streaming and your voice may be picked up in my streams. So if I forget, it's also in our contract, but if I forget, I'm kind of covered there. But I do try to flip it off every time I go up front and switch it over and leave it on back here and not up front, not on me. But sometimes when days get crazy, I'm zooming around and I forget. But I just want everybody to know, including my clients, that you're warned that it can happen. I accidentally did it twice today. I've been real good about not doing that, but did it twice and need to make sure I don't do that because I don't like to do that. It's not something I want to happen. Molly here is a little rescue dog. I groom a lot of cute little rescues, don't I? She got her a good forever home. They love her silly little self. I know. She's one of those dogs who might be a lot for one person and perfect for the next. She can be real busy has separation anxiety. Doesn't like to be alone. She just needed the right house, which she has. Huh. You just needed the right people and the right groomer to love you. All right, next up is Shayna, another rescue. She's a mixed breed. She just gets tidied up. After her is Boot, the Maltese. And then we have another one after that. It's a long day. I think I gotta switch out the laundry too. All right, let's go text your mommy. Say bye, everybody. Put you guys in the back so you can watch what's going on back there. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Thank you. Let's see. I'm gonna put you in the runs. Alrighty. Next, we're going to do Shayna. Sorry. Shayna. I think she's a Shih Tzu mix. Maybe Shih Tzu Chihuahua by the looks of her. Put her straight into the tub. Gotta turn on our mic, I think. Yep. Alright, now you're with me. Alright. I take that back on the Shih Tzu mix. I don't know what she is. And as soon as I put you in the tub, and that's your mom. So you're not ready yet. Stress. Stress upon stress upon stress upon stress. And your mama doesn't like to wait. No, she doesn't. She's not going to be happy. That's why we like to text when dogs are ready, so you don't have to wait. She's trying to get in the door. She's going to open the door herself in just a moment. And I can't get up there just yet, so I guess I better go. Get in. Hi. It's going to be at least 30 more minutes.
I was just here. I can't see how to get to what? Is that my dog barking?
No.
Oh, it sounds just like her.
I'll send you a link.
Okay, thanks, Annie.
You're welcome. He's got pretty eyelashes. She looks like she's got a broken tooth right here. The tooth is brown and barely there. Molly's a little Maltese. We're going to have to get back into tagging them all with somebody different coming in. Me and Kat know who everybody is, but when we have a receptionist here, she's not going to know anybody. So we're going to have to be careful with that. Put name tags on them all. Good girl. Come here. If I remember correctly, this one does not like her nails done. Do you? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember you. Yes, I do. All right. Slow down. In you go. You wait right there. I'll be right back. Get all this hair out of the tub.
You survived. You survived the nail trim. Like, oh my gosh. Like, oh my gosh, it was so bad. It was so bad. Yeah. Such a horrible nail trim. Oh my gosh. Poor baby. Yeah, I know. Now I gotta trim your feet. It's gotta be done. Too bad, too sad. Good girl. Turn, turn. Good girl. Come here. Gotta do your ears. Good girl. Get rid of all these fuzzies. Get all the fuzzies out of your ears. You look like an old man. An old man with hairy ears. Come here. You don't want to look like an old man with hairy ears, do you? Nah. Nobody wants to look like an old man with hairy ears, not even an old man. Now we're going to get rid of your leg fuzzies. Good girl. Turn, turn. Good girl. Up, 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 up. Good girl. Yes, you're a good girl. So when they have a lot of evasion techniques about getting their nails done, it doesn't hurt them at all to have to get them done. And they still love me when it's all over. Isn't that right, Shayna? You still love Miss Suzanne? Hmm? Do you? She's like, no. No, I don't love the groomer. Sure you do. I know you do. Yeah, I know you still love me. Yeah, you give me kisses. Yeah. Next up is Boot the Maltese, and he's going to get a little bit shorter haircut since it's getting hot outside. Starting to feel like Florida again. We had a lot of chilly days this winter, a lot more than normal.
So I always leave the little mohawk on dogs like her unless they ask me to take it off. I think it's part of their character. This little thing right here. Some people like it taken off. I think it's cute. So if you want it off, you gotta tell me. Sometimes I try to find cute little character things that I keep on a dog. It's part of what makes them them. So she's a mixed coat type, kind of half shedding dog, half deeply rooted dog. And since she's not being hand stripped or anything like that, we can clip off some of these curly fuzzies. I do a couple with this coat type that are really deeply rooted in their coat, but they still shed. And it's interesting. Kind of like Chihuahuas and stuff, but with a little bit longer, curlier hair coming out of it, or fuzzy hair coming out of it. So I just take those fuzzies right off the top and leave the rest, and then I'll card it to remove anything that's in the undercoat. Stay. A lot of times these little dogs can be like half long-haired dog, half short-haired dog. And it creates a little bit of a wiry but deeply rooted coat, I guess is what I'm trying to say. We do a little dog named Scruffy like that. That's why you have to customize, especially on these mixed breeds, the grooming method, because mixed coat types are a little bit different than your like hardcore terriers or stuff like that with the wiry hair. See what I mean? As thick as her coat is, it's hardly carding out. And the carding knife is actually cutting the hair, so that's kind of useless. And that's what I mean. It's not your normal coat like this. A stone will probably help. Let's try a stone. There we go. Let's get a little bit of that. Up, up, up.
I know, you're a good girl. Yeah. Oh, stop that. Just stop it. Just stop it. What is that thing? Was it petting you? Was that thing petting you?
Yes, I love you too. Let's go make you a bow. You stay there. We're almost done. 2 more dogs. Actually, maybe 1, because looks like we have a no-show, maybe. All right. Unless Kat took him in, she might have, and I don't even know he's here. Just a minute, Shane. when she was adopted, she was told she's a Parson Russell Terrier. I think she has a little something else mixed in there. But I can see the Parson Russell too. What is going on here? Come here. Hold on. Jeez Louise. There. Alright, you can go home now. You know what? I see something under there needs trimming. Hold on. Stay right there. Don't leave. Don't go nowhere.
Okay. Bye.
So I was just thinking about a client the other day, and I'm like, oh no, they don't have their next appointment booked. And I looked on my list before they even attempted. I'm like, how far out are they going to have to wait? And it was like May 30th, and they're already past due. And I'm like, and I just saw that they booked for May 30th. 2 Maltese that haven't been done like in 10 weeks already are going to have to wait till May 30th. They are going to be a disaster. Oh, MK, we have email reminders. We have text reminders. And this appointment was confirmed. So what do you do? What do you do? We have an automated reminder system. And then we back it up with phone calls. And we just hired a receptionist to stay on top of that. They just may be running late, and it's okay. I'm running late too, so I don't care. And if they don't show, I really don't care today because it's the last dog of the day. And when the last dog of the day no shows, I'm cool. Goodbye. I'm going home. But they're not that late yet, and I'm very late, so I can't gripe at them if I'm late, right? I'm actually like, yay, they're late. I actually pay a lot of money for our automated systems. We have online booking, we have automated reminders, we have appointment confirmed texts, whether they book it in person, online, or whatever, they get an automated text says you have an appointment on such and such a date. We got it all. We use Moego software. Oh, we have it all in their records so that we know exactly how many no-shows they've had, how many late appointments they've had. We've got it all logged. Like there was one last week that got blocked permanently because out of 35 appointments, they had 18 no-shows. 18 no-shows or last-minute cancellations. So they were permanently removed from our client list. All right, let's get Boot in the tub. We use Moego software, M-O-E-G-O. It's very, very good for pet businesses. All right, they're here, so it's a new client, may be a long intake. I'm coming. This is Leo. He's actually been here before. So the instructions on Leo are a summer cut, a 1/2 inch to 1 inch long. Last time, he was last done March 3rd. She said that I made the ears too rounded. So she wants them more in their natural shape, like a broad leaf. But she wants the ears trimmed as short as possible, as long as they maintain their proper shape of a broad leaf. And then she wants the beard short, the top of the head short, and a summer cut. I've never done a broadleaf shape, especially not when you take it short. Taking the ears real short, but not getting them rounded at all, and creating a broadleaf is a new challenge for me. Yes, I have trend analysis for my salon. It gives me everything. And at year end, it really gives me a snapshot of all the breakdowns for the whole year, which is really cool. It tells me everything, like our most popular breeds that we do, and just the whole thing. It's really cool. Gives me a whole breakdown. All right, back to the tub. So when I start getting really specific instructions that confuse me or outside of my normal routine, it causes stress. Not gonna lie. I prefer to do the hairstyles that we do. Kind of like a restaurant prefers to cook their own recipes and not others' recipes. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if my mic's on. If it's not, oh well. I can't run in there right now. And looking at the way his ears look right now, I can't possibly see that they were too rounded on March 3rd to I just don't see it. So that's what confuses me. Because I don't see it, I don't understand what it is I'm supposed to be doing. Just being honest. soap this one up twice. This weekend, I'm going to work on making a long-haired dachshund page for my website and a Lhasa Apso page with the recommended tools, coat care information, photos, care recommendations. And one of my clients has been waiting all week for me to find a left-handed carding knife that is good quality to recommend, and I just haven't had the time to stop and look it up. So I'm going to get to that and have it on the website as well. And I realized today, a few weeks ago, I created the Scotty page just for the tools recommendations for the Scotty client, and I was waiting to get it done to send it to him. I got it done and never sent it to him. So I'm like, oh my gosh, how lame. So I got to get that done. It's not that I'm not paying attention to my clients. It's just, you know, I'm busy. It's hard. But that was the whole purpose of hiring the receptionist. So right now I could say to the receptionist, so-and-so, look up the link on the website of this and send it to this client. And she'd just do it right now. But me, my hands are soapy. I can't. And I got clients waiting on me. I can't, you know. So yay. I'm excited about that. The front desk is going to be a permanent fixture as an employee in this salon from now on. And I spent like, gosh, I think it was 6 hours creating that page because I didn't want to just create a Scotty page. I put it all on a Terrier page. And I must have spent 6 hours creating that on my day off. I did not think it was going to take me that long, but it did. And it turned out quite good. I still have a little bit of stuff I want to add to it, but I'm real happy with it. Good baby. I know, Leo. You're going to have to wait. Brush your teeth. Yeah, you gotta wait.
Good boy.
So the ear shape I'm going to try to get on that puppy is going to make them look choppy, which is why on silkier hair we either round them or we go straight across pretty much, because silky hair, especially with multiple colors, will look choppy. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. So we were talking about my software's capabilities. Moego software has a really good YouTube channel with a lot of videos and instructions on how to use it and all the software's capabilities. And they also have a wiki page with a lot of information and how-tos. So if anybody's interested in seeing what all the software does, you can check it out there. It's M-O-E-G-O, Moego. I think that's how you pronounce it. It's a really well thought out software for pet grooming businesses. And if you're a mobile groomer, like, holy cow, it's so good. I'm not a mobile groomer, but if I were, that would be my go-to. It's got everything you need for mobile. All right, buddy boy. I think it originally started as a mobile app and then expanded, because mobile groomers have their own challenges when it comes to software. On the business side of pet grooming, I've been in a dog grooming shop nearly every day for 59 years. So when I was 3 years old, my mother got a divorce and opened up a dog grooming shop to pay the bills. And she was grooming her own poodles and learned how to groom her own poodles. And so she needed something to do to make money with 3 kids by herself and no child support. So she opened a grooming shop. And I went to work with her every day. Then when I was 6, she bought a house that had space to have a grooming shop attached to it. So the grooming shop was attached to our house, which meant, and my school was right across the street. So every minute that I wasn't in school, I was in the shop. That was always my happy place. From the time I was a little kid till now, it's my happy place. But my mother was a very shrewd businesswoman, and very, very shrewd businesswoman. And I learned a lot about business just growing up in a house where the business was attached and the whole world was business. And so, while I don't have a business degree, I have a business education. And, you know, that's something that, you know, I'm proud of. My mother included me in everything like that. And she always used the word ours and we in the sense of the business was ours. And it was always that way. And she groomed dogs for 50 years, over 50 years, 52 years. I guess she was about 31, 32 when she started grooming professionally. And she groomed till she was 85, 84. And I always say I have to groom till I'm 85 so I can outdo her. And my daughter was raised the same way, in and around business all the time. I think kids that grow up in a business have a huge advantage if their parents include them in the business. I think they have a huge advantage in, you know, understanding all the ins and outs of customer service and business and, you know, just everything to do with it if you live it, which I always have. Good boy. Let's see. My only problem is I'm a people pleaser, but I'm a recovering people pleaser. Which is why I tend to give too many people too many chances. Good boy. Over here. Good boy. And that probably comes a lot from my upbringing too, is because my mother never turned away anybody for any reason. It didn't matter how aggressive an animal was, how big an animal was, how neglected an animal was, how many times people no-showed. Every single dog was taken. Always. She did not believe in boundaries in that regard. But that could come from being a Depression era child, having grown up in foster homes in northern Maine, or in Maine, and, you know, just post-Depression. So, you know, for her to turn away anything financial would be extremely hard, as it would for most people who grew up in that era. I mean, just look at cookbooks from that era. They ate everything, and I mean everything. There was no part of anything that wasn't used in the food, you know? I don't like these scissors. Let's try these. My scissor sharpener was going to come by today and he didn't. He might have messaged me. I don't get my messages that come in on one of my phones because I'm streaming on it. So if he did message me, I didn't get it yet. Not till the end of the day. Good boy, stay. Put your foot down. Stay, Papa. Well, on the ear shape for Leo, I'm thinking about it. I don't think I'm going to be able to do that. So she likes the natural shape. She wants them to look like they do now, only as short as possible. That's not going to happen. So I'm going to leave his natural ears. That's not something I'm going to be able to do. So I'm not even going to stress over trying. And if it's an issue, we'll go from there. But I'm not going to do it because I already know I can't. It's not going to work out. They're going to look horrible, and they'll look far better if you like the natural look to leave them natural. That's one thing you can't have. You can't have the natural look on a trim dog. You just can't. A trim dog is a trim dog, and a natural dog is a natural dog. So I shouldn't have agreed to it on the way in. She knew I looked a little confused by it, but I'm not going to do it. That's part of that recovering people pleaser I was talking about. I will do the summer cut with the 1 inch all over, the short head and the shorter beard, and a natural ear. This client likes the ears short. That's just it. When you trim them, they look trimmed. So a lot of times when people look up pictures of certain lengths of hair, especially when they're looking for a haircut for their dog, a lot of times, like especially like with Shih Tzus and stuff, and Yorkies and dogs like that, and most of your little shaggy dogs, they'll find a picture of a puppy who is 8 to 10 weeks old and say, I want them trimmed like this. But some of those aspects of the trim, like the ears, are not going to look like that. They're just not. It's going to be trimmed up. It's going to look trimmed up. And it's not going to look like that 8-week-old puppy with that natural shape to the ear, because the coloring and the growth pattern, when you trim it, especially with the coloring blending down, it's going to look trimmed. And then to get that wide leaf shape, I just know I can't do it. Not on a short ear. Not on any ear. Next is people. I think they're parked out there. Gotta make his bandana. What am I gonna make? What am I gonna make? The last of the cowboy bandanas. That's what I'm gonna make. And we need the blue, the blue, the blue. No, don't fall. It's so funny. I'm typing the text for Boot that he's ready to go home, and automated text is, or predicted text is telling me what I need to put, and it's making me laugh. So one of the predicted texts was liquor, Boot liquor. Boot liquor is ready to go home. Exactly, Simply Sue. That's exactly what I'm saying. Because when you do it and you don't give them the desired aesthetic, then they're not happy anyway. So it's better not to do it. Y'all remember Christmas Tree Tale? I couldn't do that one either. I just couldn't. I did it like a Christmas tree. It was a poodle, and I shaved the base of the tail to give the base of the tree, and then I shaved it, put it in this nice little cone, and I made a Christmas tree out of the tail, and it wasn't right. And then I tried something else, and I tried showing them pictures, like I showed them a Kerry Blue Terrier's tail that's like a carrot tail. That wasn't it. The Christmas tree wasn't it. But they called it a Christmas tree tail, and they were looking at me like I'm stupid that I don't know how to do a Christmas tree tail on a poodle. And finally I had to refuse service. I'm like, I don't know what you want, and I can't do it. I just can't. I was live streaming that day. I was really frustrated. Y'all saw me trying to figure out this Christmas tree tail. And I'm like, do you have a picture? And they're like, no, we don't have a picture. We just want it to look like a Christmas tree. I'm like, well, what do you want me to do? Decorate it? Put little balls and garland on it? Like, how about some lights? I don't know. Sorry. It's the end of the day. What can I say? So they went on about their way, and I'm sure they found a groomer that could do it. All right, you. I'll let you guys watch the puppies while I clean up. I've had clients request color on their dogs, but I don't do it. I'm not opposed to it. There's color safe, dog safe color for dogs. I just don't want to do it. Ain't nobody got no time for that. I really don't like it when they color like the whole face or the whole dog. That bothers me. I don't like it all up on the face and around the eyes. I don't mind the ears and the tail or a cute design, but I still don't want to do it. I think that there's far too many risks in grooming as it is. And there's far too many dogs that could get sick on the drop of a dime and you don't even know why they're sick. Why would you want to put that thought in somebody's head that it could be the dye? Like, no thank you. Not only that, it's got to sit up for like 20 minutes. And can you imagine being back here, getting dye all over a dog, all in the right places, and then ding dong, the doorbell rings and you got to go up front and you got to put the dog up and they're rolling around, getting the dye all over the place. It's like, oh, no. There's just so many reasons it's a no for me. Not to mention that I like a natural dog as much as possible. Personally. Like my own dogs never get perfumes. They rarely get bows. or anything like that. They might get fancy schmancy haircuts though. Like BB right now is looking really fancy. And over the next year, she's going to continue to look fancy because I'm going to enter her in the fall show for the international show again as a senior. And then I'm going to enter her as a veteran. And then if the Tampa Bay Poodle Club has a veterans class at their poodle specialty in January, I'll enter her one last time there. And then I'll cut off her show coat. But I thought that would be fun to do the poodle specialty. Ready for Leo. Gonna get him in the tub. I'll go ahead and wash and blow dry him before I do any trimming. This is his third ever groom. He's a baby. First time he just had the face, feet, and tail. Second time he was trimmed up some. This time he's getting really trimmed up. All right, tub. All right, Leo, let's do it. He's a good boy. Come here. He's in really good shape. Pet parents are doing a fantastic job with brushing. This is that puppy I thought was related to Shiner and Boomer. He's got the exact same head shape as Boomer. Nice quality puppy. Good boy, you're fine. Hold on. I'll be right back. You stay there. I'll be right back. I know, Boot. Customer says, can I do a walkthrough tour back there sometime? They've only been a client for like 30 years. And I'm like, I live stream every day on YouTube. Everybody sees everything back here. But yes, you can. It's like nothing is hidden. Not even my opinions. Which is kind of a problem, isn't it? All right, here we go. Good puppy. You're fine. You're fine. That's a good boy. Good boy. That's a good puppy. Good puppy. It's okay, little baby. All right, here we go. No, sir. No, sir. No, sir. Good. We don't want that soap running in your eyes. We got to do this carefully. Good boy. There you go. Good boy. It's okay. It's okay. So I'm going to have to get the soap off around his eyes, and I'm going to have to do it like I mean it, because I don't want that soap running in his eyes with him fighting. Good boy. That's a good boy. You're fine. You're fine. What are you going to think about teeth brushing? Hmm? Have you had your teeth brushed before? Let's see. It's all right. It's all right, Bubba's. Yeah, we're not brushing your teeth. Gonna have to learn how to have that done later. No sense in stressing the puppy out. It's okay. I'm not trying to hurt you. Good boy. That's a good boy. Good boy. You're fine. Yeah, that's something I was thinking about last week. Only cooking the recipes on my menu. Making that a rule. I've got enough recipes in my menu to cover a broad spectrum, if you know what I mean. I'm just trying to get my hands on his head enough to put the ear wash in his ears. There we go. Sometimes when you see me holding a head like that, it's keeping my hands out of the bite zone, you know? Where are you under there? There you are. All right. Let's get him dry. still thinking about the ears. Trying to decide what I want to do. So she said last time I made them too round. And it doesn't look to me like I trimmed him at all last time because he's still a baby. And it's been close to 8 weeks, maybe 7 weeks since his last haircut. But she also wants them short as possible. So I don't want to leave them this long because that would be not right. A lot of this looks like top knot hair, kind of. So if I got the top knot hair out of there, still got this definite line. I don't know where that came from. I know I didn't do that. I don't know if that's just how it's growing out or what. But as I move on with the haircut, I'll make my decision. I know no matter what I do, it's not going to look good. I doubt he's going to let me trim around his eyes, but I'll give it a go. See. The way he was about rinsing, I don't think it's going to happen. He's not even letting me get his head. So in order to trim a Shih Tzu's head, you have to hold the head in a C shape. And the reason for that is you have to stretch the skin around the eyes back because they have rolls right here. And you have to scoop in between the rolls, which means you've got to stretch that head back. Dogs will sometimes take this as a threatening action because if you picture how a dog bites a dog, it's like, right? So it's understandable that they take that as a threat, right? So you have to train them to handle the behavior. You have to train them to handle that action so that they can have their faces trimmed. And I have a video that has some instructions on how to train it. And I don't want to go into all that right now. Right now, I just need to trim his face without getting bitten. And without making him more difficult than he already wants to be. So, yeah, this won't be uploaded. This portion will not be uploaded with the video, with the stream, unless I start a new one. Because my streams only upload 12 hours, and I've been working for 12 hours, so I'm going to anchor him so he can't throw his head back. I'm going to tighten him up here. So it's not even anything to do with the clippers. He's not wanting me to hold the head, right? And see why you can't be picky on a puppy? So I'm not doing anything. He just bit his own cheek because he went to get my thumb and pushed his cheek in. I felt him bite his cheek. I'm not sure if he means it or not. I don't want to find out the hard way. We all know what's his name did to me a couple times. So I'm not trying to choke him or anything. I'm trying to brace his jaw and come from above. There. There, see? Good. Good puppy. See, I'm not trying to hurt you. I'm not trying to hurt you, see? So I just want to get him used to these actions, but you need to get him used to these actions at home. You need to teach him how to have the head held. So look at my video on preparing your dog for grooming and teach your dog the holds, because it's the hold that he's afraid of. Testing out to see he means it. He'll draw blood. Good boy. So just petting them's not enough. You have to hold them to clip them because the tools are sharp. And if you're not holding the dog enough to feel what he's going to do to pull those scissors back, if you're not holding the dog enough to where he's not going to thrash his eyeball into the clipper or bite the scissors, then you can't groom the dog. See how he's coming after me too? Like he's coming out to my hand to bite it. So that's not just reacting, that's wanting to bite it. See? So I'm just waiting him out, letting him know that I'm not rushing in to do this. Give him a little more room, not tension. So now I'm going to come back in under the chin and above the head. Eventually, I want to get him to where I can do the C shape on his head. That's what I need to do to trim him. Right. So I'm doing this because I don't want him to bite me, so I have to kind of brace him when I go to do this and get enough pressure underneath and above so that my hands are protected, and I want him to feel the pressure. I want him to feel that I'm holding him without hurting him or without doing anything. See? So I'm teaching him that the holds are not threatening. I'm laying my hand in a cupped shape now because I want him to learn to rest his head in my hand to do the work. So now I'm going to switch sides. Good boy. So now he's resting his head in my hand. My hand is just cupped. Good boy. So now I'm going to start petting his head with the clipper on. Good boy. See if I can do it without the C shape. Good. He's resting his head down. Very good. 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 It's all right. I'm not hurting you. Good. Good boy. Good boy. Lay your head down.
Good. Look how good that was. Oh, it's all right. See, I didn't hurt you. I didn't hurt you, buddy. It's okay. It's okay. I know, that was hard. It's okay. Where's the buddy? Hello.
So now I'm going to come in, just for training purposes, try to come in this way. Good. Well, we worked through that quick. Good boy. That was very good. That was a good puppy. Yay, puppies. Yay, puppies. You did so good, see? Miss Suzanne didn't hurt you. Sometimes it's hard to watch, but we gotta do it. Yes, we gotta go through it. Yes, we do. Let me get that hair off your face. Oh, what a good boy. All right, now we're gonna take him down to 1 inch long. I'm gonna start with a longer blade and measure it to see if it's right. So this blade is actually a 3/4 inch, but it'll probably leave more than 1 inch because he's got a silky coat and because I'm going to cut with the lay of the hair. You ready? Let's do it. All the hard stuff is over. So let's measure. Where did I put my measuring stick? I had it. Where did it go? Stay right here. I've lost my measuring stick. Oh well. Close enough. Is it in here? Nope. Oh well. Come here. Come here. Yeah, it's a good boy. She said 1/2 inch to 1 inch, so close enough. Good boy. All right, let's do the other side. So while I was able to trim around the eyes without having to use that C shape with my hand, still really important to train your dog that hold. If you ever have to put ear medication in, you need to use that. If you ever have to put eye medication in, you need to use that at home, because you have to stretch that eye back, or you have to open up the ear. Like when he was giving me a hard time about the ear wash, that's just a really important hold to teach any dog, because someday you're going to have to do those things, and you want your dog ready to handle it. Same with brushing the teeth. You've got to be able to come in over the head to brush the teeth, because you have to stretch the lips back, or you have to pinch right behind the canine teeth to open the mouth. All kinds of reasons. Good boys, let me do it now. Good boy. So what I'm thinking she might like on the ear is a tapered ear. Since the ears are to go as short as possible, I'm thinking that puppy look on the ears, where they come tapered from the back when they perk them up, might be what she has in mind. Because if I do them like a leaf, it's some off each end, and ears look terrible when you take them off the front side, take hair off the front side. Looks really, really bad. So if I angle it off the back side and take them short, that'll look nice. Good boy. She wants a lot off here. So, and he's got a very, very narrow head, just like Boomer used to have, the Shih Tzu that we did. It's very flat on the sides and very tall.